Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Karnapatau Premamrita Vanidhi Veera Dhira Jana Priya Tau Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Prabhu Premamritam Vanidhi Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nemar Karo Pujitau Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara Tarakau Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujagau Sri Jiva Gopalakau Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujagau Sri Bhagavata Krishna Kirtana Gana Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Param Prema Metamani Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bharava Antarakau Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujagau Sri Bhagavata विचारणैकनिपुणः सद्धर्म संस्थापकः लोकानां हितकारिणः त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुणः सद्धर्म संस्थापकः लोकानां हितकारिणः त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुणः तद्धर्म संस्थापकः लोकानां हितकारिणः त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुणः तद्धर्म संस्थापकः लोकानां हितकारिणः त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिका वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ कीर्तन गान नतल परौ निधि धीर धीर जनप्रिय पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भरावन्त रखौ वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुवीर वासुदेव धनीश आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना मंडलस्नी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया कौपीन कंठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं मोहन वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ श्री जी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देवी के हे नंद सुना कुतः देवी के चललिते हे नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने तः राधे ब्रज देवी के चललिते हे नंद शूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने तः वो संतापिते वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगल श्री वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगल श्री बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन तान रंगन परम प्रेमामृतम मणि धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रिय करो निमंसरो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भर भुवि भुव हर वहन तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुग
कृपाया बल कना कर আমি
जगत दया कर सीतापति दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत कृपा बोले परी तब कृपा बोले दया करो सीतापति अद्वैत दर्शई तब बोले पाई चैतन्य गई गाजकार सीतापति अद्वैत दर्शई तब बोले पाई चैतन्य गई सनातन नरोत्तमा आहा सनातन दुख रघुना युग श्री जीव प्रभु रघुना दया करो श्रीयाचार्य श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया करो प्रभु श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया कर मने तुम्ही बिना के दयाल जग हे दयाल जग Govinda Jina Madhanama Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Dina Madhanama Shri Govinda Gopina Madhanama Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopina Madhanama Rama Punna Radha Punna Giri Govardhan Rama Punna Radha Punna Giri Govardhan Kalind Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahamani Ramapunna Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahamani Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopina Madhanama Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopina Madhanama Dada Sakhanam Krisidhadvam Shivatam Dada Sakhanam Jaha Jaha Leela Koila Srinanda Krisidhadvam Shivatam Dada Sakhanam Vishwamanujaya Kritika Sundari Jaya Purnamachi Jaya Nagir Nagari Sarira Sadama
Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Ramati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Parana Dhana Magana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Gopi Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara
Gopi Pranana Dhana Viparana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Samati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Maya Harinam Amya Vilasa Vipina Purangara Nabina Nagara Mana Monkey Madana Sumata Amaya Harinam Amya Vilasa Vipina Purangara Nabina Nagara Bara Monkey Madana Sumata Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Jana Parana Asurapunasana Nanda Godhana Rakhamala Jana Parana Asurapunasana Nanda Godhana Rakhamala Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Narananda Gopala Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Narananda Gopala Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Ramana Tatachara Ramana Tatachara Tara Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavan Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavan Bhakti Vinodha Jasayam Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavan Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavan Bhakti Vinodha Jasayam Dasamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Dasamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Hara Ras Rasika Kipamay Ramuna Tatatara Gopi Vasanahara Rasa Rasika Kipamay Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavan Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavan Bhakti Vinodha Jasayam Shri Radha Vallabha Shri Radha Vallabha Mananata Bhakti Vinodha Jasayam Samati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu Kalpa Vriksha Lakshabritesu Surabhirabhipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasrasata Sambrama Sevamanam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu Kalpa Vritanakyabritesu सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं वेणुं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटि कमनीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियतप्रकाशं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनंद चिन्मय सदु जल विग्रहस्य गोविंदं आदि पुरुषं तमहं भजामि। चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमशु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभि रवि पालयन्तं लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविंदं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। 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 चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मशु कल्पवृक्ष रक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तं चिंतामणि। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपदां सगन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द। श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द। चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद। Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. संसार दावानलनिरलोका तराय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् भक्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगार तन्मन्दिर मार्जनादौ श्री विग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगार तन्मन्दिर मार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजं यतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजं यतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् सकल्यान् गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सर्वान्नतीर्थान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सर्वान्नतीर्थान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयर पार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूप नाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयर पार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूप नाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन लोपसम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललुपास वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानन्दलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकल्यान् गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धैः निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली सिद्धैः जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली सिद्धैः जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादतिवल्लभश्च वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानललितलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतम् भक्तसकल्यान् गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् साक्षादरीतेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षादरीतेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारधामानललितलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं संसारदावानलनिरलोका दानाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं भक्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं 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 शारदावानललितलोकां प्राणाय कारुण्यघनाघनतं भक्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री
गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम गिरिधारी गोपी ना मदन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन अजय जात माय नमः जादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये
गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन हरये राम कृष्ण हरये यादवाय यादवाय माधवाय केशवनमः हरये हरि हरये राम कृष्ण यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये राम कृष्ण गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ धारी गोपीनाथ मदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन हरये हरये राम कृष्ण चैतन्य नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत चित श्री चैतन्य श्री चैतन्य नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत चित हरि गुरु वैष्णव हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरये Yadavaya, Madhavaya, Yadavaya, Madhavaya, Kesama, Nama, Haraye, Namo Krishna, Yadavaya, Nama, Haraye. Yadavaya, Madhavaya, Yadavaya, Madhavaya, Kesava, Rama, Haraye. Raguna, Virupa Sanatana, Raguna, Vivaga, Valavata, Vivaga. Samar Mada Menu Monopanya Hari Namaste Jano Maya Nama Jadavai Madhamaya Kesama Nama Haraye Tadev Charana Sevi Aksaneva Tadev Charana Sevi Aksaneva Jana me jana me ma Hey Abhira Jana me ma Hey Abhira Haraye Namaste Jagat Maya Nama Haraye Ichhaye gosai jabe Braje kaila baag Ichhaye gosai jabe Braje kaila baag Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Nitya Leela Leela Prabha Ichhaye Gosai Abhi Braje Kaila Braje Kaila Radha Nitya Leela Leela Prabha Anande Bala Hari Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Guru Vaishnava ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি ময়ি নবে মজনিয়া আনন্দ লহরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি ময়ি নবে মজনিয়া Paya Namah Dadava Madhavaya Ketama Namah Haraye Gura Chand Bale Jag Jag Gura Chand Bale Kata Nidra Jao tumi Sachira ko bole Jir jag Kata nidra Ja tumi Isachira kole Jag 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 Gura Chand Bale Jag Jag Gura Chand Bale Kata Nidra Jao tumi Maya Isachira kole Kata nidra Jao tumi Maya Isachira kole Jag Jag Gora Chand Bale Jir Jag Jag Rachand Bale Kata nidra Jao tumi Kata nidra Kata nidra आओ তুমি মায়া পীত চির মোহে তত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি তত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি পিছাচির বলে যাবে 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 গোরা চন্দ বলে যাবে যাবে সদবিত করে বদিব বদিয়ালে তুষার করে ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি মায়া পিশাচির কোলে ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি মায়া পিশাচির কোলে जाग गोर सद माले देवी जाग जाग गोर सद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ माया পিশাচির কোলে কত নিদ্রা যাও মায়া পিশাচির কোলে জাগ জাগ গোরা বলে जीवन लागी औषधि माया जीवन लागी हरि नाम महामंत्र न हो तुमी मागी औषधि माया नाची बारो लागे जीवन लगी हरि लहतु मादी हरि नम महामंत्र लहो भूमि मादी औषधि माया नसीबन हरि नम महामंत्र मागे भक्ति विनद प्रभु चरण पदिया भक्ति विनद प्रभु चरण पदिया हरि नाम महामंत्र हरि नमः भक्ति विनोद प्रभु चरण पदिया हरि नमः महामंत्र हरि जग जग घोड़ा बले तो नित जाओ माया जाग 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 nam tay có ra mധു hare nam tay có ra mধু hare nam tay कर मधु करे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे Nam Gaye Gara Madhu Hare Nam Gaye Gara Madhu Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Gara Madhu Hare Bone Thak Dada Hari Bole Dak Ihe Bone Thak Dada Hari Bole Dak He Dukhe Nanak Hare Nam Hare Dukhe Bhulanaka Dada Nam Hare Gaye Garat Hare Nam Gaye Garat Madhu Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare মায়া জালে বাধ্য হয়ে আছো পিছে কাজলয়ে মায়া জালে বাধ্য হয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে আছো পিছে কাজলয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে আছো নিছে কাজলয়ে কলচে কলপে কলচে কলপে রাধা নাম রে কলচে কলপে রাধা নাম রে হে গোরছে মদ সরে হে গোরছে মদ সরে হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে 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 রাম হরে রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে গোরখ হরে হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে রথ মধু হরে হরিনাম গায় হরে জীবন হইল শেষ না ভজিলে গেছ জীবন হইল শেষ না ভজিলে ঋষিকেশ ভক্তি বিনোদোপদেশ ভক্তি বিনোদোপদেশ ভক্তি বিনোদ উপদেশ একবার बार हरि रे हरे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Guru, Hare Guru, Hare Gomone Bhaka Ada Hari Bole Jap Ye Bhak Gomone Bhak Ada Hari Bole Jap Duke Madane Nampa Re Ke Dukhe Kulanaka Sada Hari Nampa Re Agora Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I go Hare Hare Nam Hare পতি বিনা উপদেশ একবার হরি নাম ধরে আপতি বিনা উপদেশ একবার হরি হরে 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 Hari Hari Bodhikaya দর্শনে পুরাণয়
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chandir Arati ko Shobha Jaya Gaura Arati ko Shobha Shiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chandir Arati ko Shobha Shiva Jaya Gaura Chandir Tiko Janavi Tatavane Jagamanalo Badanavi Tatavane Jagamanalo Kibadakineni Taichan Bame Gadadhara Kibadakineni Taichan Nikate Advaitashini Vasachatradhara Kibavosi Ache Gaurachandra Simhasane Kibavosi Ache Gaurachandra Simhasane Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devagane Kibanara Hari Adi Kori Chamaradulaya Kibanara Sanjaya Mukunda Bashu Gosha Adi Gaya Jaya Mukunda Bashu Gosha Adi Gaya Kiba Shankha Baje Ganta baje, baje karatala. Madhura mridanga baje. Paramarasala Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Shankha Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Shankha baje, ganta baje, madhur madhur madhura baje. Madhur 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 baje. Madhur 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 baje Shankha baje ganta baje Madhur 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 baje Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Ki Babahu Koti Chandrajini Vadana Ujwala गला देशे बांधा माला करे जला माला किबा शिवा शुका नारदा प्रेमे गदा गदा शिवा बाकाती विनोदा देके गौरारा संपादा देके गौरारा संपादा गौरांगेरा रोजिका शोभा जगा जनमाना लोभा गौरांगीरा रोतिका शोभा जगा जनमाना लोभा जगा जनमाना लोभा जगा जनमाना लोभा गौरांगीरा रोतिको शोभा जगा जनमाना लोभा निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल नमः विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांता स्वामी निति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशतारिणे सती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री राधे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindam. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Kala Chandi Radha, Kala Chandi Radhe. Jaya Radha, Govinda Radha, Govinda Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jagannatha Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol
Namaste Narasimhaya Prahladaladadaine Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Shilatankanakalaye Ito Narsimha Bharato Narsimha Yato yato yami tato Narsimha Bahe Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha नरसे मम देव शरणं प्रपदे तव कर कमलवरे नागाम् अद्भुत शृङ्गां दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तानुवृङ्गा केशवदिता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवदिता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश जय जगदीश जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश जय जगदीश जय जगदीश हरे जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल नरसिंहदेव भगवान की प्रहलाद महाराज की निताय गौर प्रेमानंद
Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari. Gopijana Vallabha Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jai Gopijana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopijana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari. Jai Gopijana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandri Radha Kala Chandri Radhe. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajak Acharya Shtotara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namaskar Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Nitai Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories, all glories, all glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Mushtitad Swadharme Nidhanam Shreya Paradharmo Bhayavaha. We'll do the word for word. Shreyan, far better. Swadharma, one's prescribed duties. Viguna, even faulty. Paradharmat, then duties mentioned for others. Suanushtithat, perfectly done. Swadharme, in one's prescribed duties. Nidhanam, destruction. Shreya, better. Paradharmaha, duties prescribed for others. Bhaya avaha, dangerous. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duties, even though faultily, than another's duties perfectly. Destruction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another's duties, for to follow another's path is dangerous. Purport. One should therefore discharge his prescribed duties in full Krishna consciousness rather than those prescribed for others. Materially prescribed duties are duties enjoined according to one's psychophysical condition under the spell of the modes of material nature. Spiritual duties are as ordered by the spiritual master for the transcendental service of Krishna. But whether material or spiritual, one should stick to his prescribed duties, even up to death, rather than imitate another's prescribed duties. Rather than imitate another's prescribed duties. Duties on the spiritual platform and duties on the material platform may be different, but the principle of following the authorized direction is always good for the performer. When one is under the spell of the modes of material nature, one should follow the prescribed rules for his particular situation and should not imitate others. For example, a Brahmin who is in the mode of goodness is non-violent, whereas a Kshatriya who is in the mode of passion is allowed to be violent. As such, for a Kshatriya, it is better to be vanquished following the rules of violence than to imitate a Brahmin who follows the principles of non-violence. Everyone has to cleanse his heart by a gradual process, not abruptly. However, when one transcends the modes of material nature and is fully situated in Krishna consciousness, he can perform anything and everything under the direction of a bona fide spiritual master. In that complete stage of Krishna consciousness, the Kshatriya may act as a Brahmin, or a Brahmin may act as a Kshatriya. In the transcendental stage, the distinctions of the material world do not apply. For example, Vishwamitra was originally a Kshatriya, but later on he acted as a Brahmin, whereas Parashurama was a Brahmin, but later on he acted as a Kshatriya. Being transcendentally situated, they could do so. But as long as one is on the material platform, he must perform his duties according to the modes of material nature. At the same time, he must have a full sense of Krishna consciousness. Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurum Militam Jnana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prasharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Desha Tarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Alrighty, so in this verse, it's a continuation of the, as a background. Krishna has been explaining to Arjuna basically how one is supposed to engage in activities that are designed for one's nature. Given that Arjuna, of course, at the beginning of the chapter, kind of, tries to, explain Krishna how he feels about, his previous explanation of like, well, you're telling me that I am supposed to, reason and engage in, Buddhi yoga, but this kind of act of violence, which you're encouraging me to follow, it's like, isn't that wrong? Like, what is going to be the result of that? So ultimately, tell me what is best for me. Is it just, following Buddha yoga or karma yoga, or what is it? So Krishna explains how one has to elevate oneself to a certain platform of jnana yoga, or in order for one to be able to proceed in that path. Whereas one who is not fully purified, as jnana yoga requires, can automatically engage work for the benefit for the pleasure of Krishna, or surrendering the results of one's work to Krishna, and in that way one can progressively purify oneself and elevate oneself to that platform. So furthermore, Krishna explains that more above all of those, one who engages in Nishkama Karma Yoga transcends all of these different paths. So one doesn't have to go through all of them, but rather one can engage in Nishkama Karma Yoga and attain full results of all the prescribed duties and injunctions on the Vedas. So in text 34, it already explained that Krishna explained that there are principles to regulate attachment and aversion, and one should not come under the control of those. To which Arjuna basically, is wondering, well, what if I'm doing this violence, this Kshatriya work, with such attachment and aversion, which is kind of like reminds me of sometimes when I'm like sick, I try to make excuses for maybe not chanting, because I'm like, well, if I am not fully healthy, like I'm coughing, I'm feeling feverish, like, well, maybe am I getting the full result of like chanting? Should I just like wait? But Krishna states again that regardless of, one should engage in action according to one's nature, which is ultimately defined by our conditioning from previous lives, and which are manifested through the material modes. And then ultimately, with that, because otherwise engaging in someone else's path, is highly dangerous. It's not going to lead to the perfection of life, which is going back to Godhead. So in this regard, of course, he's talking about this in a spiritual context, on how someone who's a Kshatriya, who's supposed to deliver justice, and in that kind of activities, of course, one is led by violence and aggressiveness. But that is ultimately what a Kshatriya is supposed to do as an administrator. Whereas a Brahman is supposed to teach all these different good qualities, which are, predominantly peacefulness, compassion. But, one is not supposed to mix those. Like, if that's ultimately your nature, why do that? And one of, another example that comes to mind is like, which is like kind of like a practical thing that comes to mind, is like when one is about to go to college, oftentimes, you might not go for that thing that you love. Like, so many people might refuse to like go to art school or acting school, or, whatever it is, because maybe it's not as financially, it doesn't really like fulfill material desires. It's not financially reliable. Like me, for example, I went to business school and it was a total waste of time. Like, because you might think like, oh, well, that's the way that I'm gonna own my own business, I'm gonna make money. But ultimately, someone who is highly, if that is what you are attracted to, that's what your nature is. How many artists are in there who are, very successful and, make so much money. So one thing is not depending of another. So even if you think that, well, I will engage in this because it seems like the nice thing to do, which is kind of like the predicament that Arjuna had. Like, well, ultimately, I don't want to cause all this suffering because, in two previous chapters, it kind of explains that, well, ultimately, these people are just, I'm killing people who are worth of my praise in my worship. So, like, this doesn't seem right. But of course, there's different layers to that. One of them is that he is supposed to deliver justice because, the Kurus have been basically creating chaos amongst the entire kingdom. And not only that, they have been very um, trying to get the word, they're very corrupt. Like they're conducting all of these actions, even though Krishna came and talked to them personally, even though they try to mediate. So at this point, after trying all of this, the only thing that is right is for Arjuna to deliver justice. But also, beyond that, it's a fact that Krishna, of course, has a plan for all of the, like it's not like, well, I am the doer of the action, as Krishna said in the previous chapters. Like, one should not believe himself the doer, but rather one should understand that this is all part of, my plan. And, if each person is getting delivered by Krishna personally. So, of course, there's different layers to that. So I'm thinking of, yeah, those are the 2 points that kind of come to mind in terms of this verse. Then, well, of course, the Prabhupada suggests in the purport that one should not whimsically take on a certain responsibility or just simply discharge some form of duty that comes out of mental concoction, but rather be directed by a bona fide spiritual master. So that is a very important aspect of engaging in the path of bhakti, is just finding someone who has been able to achieve that level of spiritual awareness and is able to ultimately guide us in the right direction for the sake of advancing and not just becoming stuck in our spiritual progress. So, any reflections about this verse? Any questions? Yes. What was that? Right. 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 That's a wonderful question. So, the first thing that comes to mind is, of course, there's different stages in the path of bhakti. One of them is sadhu sangha. Um, so, being able to associate with devotees, especially those devotees who we feel some form of affinity with, and ultimately are in line with it. If one is already initiated, then of course one should make sure that this person's philosophy is in line with our spiritual master, and we should sincerely inquire from them if we have any questions. Of course, Prabhupada has kind of laid out all the the blueprint in his books. So going through, Bhagavad Gita, going through the sense of self-realization, one can kind of get great guidance from that. But of course, there's all of these different innuendos in bhakti, in the practice itself. So all of these questions that might arise are always better consulted with a Shiksha guru. As even if I feel like you have the personal association of your guru, there's always like these little questions of like, what should I do about this situation? What should I do about that? Or how should I engage in such service? Should I go with, whatever the temple is asking of me to do? Should I go with the, instruction of my spiritual master of like, doing that? So I think that Shiksha gurus are always a very, important part of that. I was hearing also a lecture from, I'm trying to remember her name. I always, Mother, what is her name? Nirmila, or I'm trying to remember her name. She's a Prabhupada disciple. Anyways, I'll come up with it in a second. And she was saying that I'm trying, and this is this. She says this in her lecture. And I'm trying to remember exactly where she quotes it from, but she says that when it comes to finding out one's nature, Prabhupada suggests in one of the purports of Srimad Bhagavatam that one should console one's astrophysical nature with a like one should go and do like a birth chart reading, and one should obtain some like little guidance on one's what one's nature is, and based on that, in conjunction with the scriptures, one can fully engage in service that is favorable to one's nature, one's qualities. I'm trying to remember her name, but anyway, I think that's something that is also very important, because there's always like questions that might not be, and not oftentimes, or at least I'm going to speak for myself personally, even with one Shiksha guru, you might not be fully like disclose fully who you are, what your thoughts are, what your experiences are. So sometimes this readings might be able to give you some guidance on what sometimes obvious, quite honestly, because sometimes like we already know what our tendencies are, what things we like to do, what things we don't like to do, where we might succeed better, in which areas we might fail. So these are things that are oftentimes obvious, but I guess that kind of approval and someone kind of like reaffirming that is very helpful. Do you have any thoughts on that question, or anything you'd like to share? Wait, let's go live in Vrindavan. With yeah, then Prabhupada explains. Yeah, yeah, and that is so scientific, because I mean, whoever lives within this community can notice a big difference of like being in a different part of town. There is such a, I mean, it's a whole feeling about it. Like, we're just a few minutes away from downtown, but being in this area is just like so. It just leads to advancement naturally. Like even if you're not fully, like think of a couple friends who don't come here very often, but are naturally experiencing, certain realizations and even encounters with devotees here and there that you might have. So yeah, wonderful point. Yeah, totally agree. Alrighty, so Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai.
प्रेमामृतां वनिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेम वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजितम् कन्या कृपा भरौ श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक विचार नहीं कल्पना सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो विचार नहीं कल्पना सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं कृष्ण तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं करौ। विचारणैकनिपुणं तद्धर्म संस्थापकं लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिका वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगल कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नतन परौ प्रेमा वीर वीर जनप्रिय प्रेमा श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ हरा रखौ वंदे रूप सनातनं वासुदेव सदसुरे सुधराज्यलक्ष्मी धर्मीश्च आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना मंडलस्नी सदा
तुच्छव भूत्वादीनगणे छतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वादीनगणे छतो करुणया कौपीनकं आश्रितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं मोहन वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ श्री जी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देवी के हे नंद सुना कुतः राधे ब्रज देवी के चललिते हे नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी वने कुतः राधे ब्रज देवी के चललिते हे नंद शूनक कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी वने कुतः वो संतापिते वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री को संतापिति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे हेदई महाविभुफलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीगीतमालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नन्दन परम प्रेमामृतम धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमांशरौ पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव हरः वहन् तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुग दया कर सीतापति दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत कृपा बोले परी कब कृपा बोले दया आदो सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य निताई
Tilak is going to dry in a weird way, isn't it? It's going to crack. No. I like this one. Sometimes it dries. Where's George? Come in. Yes, I'll bring Professor Chang. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Don't bring him in. No, he's busy, but just get Professor Chang. Nice crowd today.
Nice people. Nice people.
What should be the subject today?
I think it should be a general thing, because there's so many people that first time they ever come here.
Come in. Hello, Professor Chang. Nice to meet you. Please have a seat.
Thank you to receive me here.
I have been very eager to meet you.
Thank you.
The work which you are taking up, the translation of the Srimad Bhagavatam, is the most important work of all.
I see.
Our Guru, Prabhupada, his Guru, ordered him to publish books on spiritual life and to distribute them very widely. This was his most important instruction. And of all of the books, the most important book was the Srimad Bhagavatam. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, you may recall in the first chapter that this Bhagavatam is described as spotless or pure. And it is pure because it has no material tinge at all. That means it has nothing material within it. There are, of course, many scriptures in the world. And they have many different goals. For example, we find this verse. Anyabilashita sunya gyana karmani anabrita anu kulyena krishnana shilanam bhaktir uttama. So this is a definition of bhakti. Bhakti means devotional service to God. So devotional service to God must be free of any type of material tinge. So materialism comes in different ways. One is called karma. Karma means action and reaction. A person does some work with the hope of getting some result and enjoying this result. So anyone who does service to God with the idea of getting something in return from God, that is not pure service to God. That is not bhakti. Then another thing is called jnana. Jnana means the cultivation of knowledge, with the idea ultimately of speculating or hypothesizing. That means guessing about the absolute truth. And this type of person will conclude that the absolute truth may be impersonal, because there are different understandings of the highest truth. In the Bhagavatam, the same Bhagavatam, we find that Vedanti tat tatvam vidas tatvam yabhyanam advayam brahmeti paramatmeti bhagavan iti shabdyate. So this verse describes how there are three different ways of understanding the truth. One is called Brahman, which means that the everything is one, all-pervading oneness. God is actually everything and everyone. We are all one. Then another understanding is Paramatma, which means to understand that God is seeing everything everywhere as the super soul. And lastly comes Bhagavan, or God as the supreme personality, who has a form, character, who we can have a relationship with. So this bhakti means to develop service to God, who is a supreme person. Bhakti cannot be used to describe if I serve you, you serve somebody else. Bhakti cannot be used to serve the nation. The word bhakti is especially meant for service to God. Otherwise we can serve so many different persons, so many different things. But this Sanskrit word bhakti means loving service to God. So this Srimad Bhagavatam is like an encyclopedia of understanding the science of bhakti. It is the highest philosophical work ever written about the science of loving service to God. You will find in the Srimad Bhagavatam knowledge which you cannot find in any other scripture in the world. Perhaps you have already seen that. It is such a special book. So, now the next question is, who can understand the Srimad Bhagavatam? So, you can get me, we don't have volume 1 here. Do we? No, is that 1 or 3?
1, 3.
Oh, get me 1. We will see this verse.
I have understand, maybe completely understand what you say, and it is a wonderful chance, maybe it's a wonderful accident for me to have the chance to maybe say to service to work for God, because when my student coming here. That student did listen my teaching of Buddhism, Dharma Sutra, to him. He applied the word for translation. Because I live in this mind, near very.
He lives right behind us.
Oh, very convenient.
My student called me, asked me, come here to look over his translation.
I see.
Then I come here very quickly, and I said to him, no, you can't translate this kind of books.
No, not qualified.
Yes, not qualified.
Now I want to point out here, who is qualified? This is described here in the Srimad Bhagavatam. This Srimad Bhagavatam, it rejects. That means it, what is the word for reject? Refuses.
Refuse, yeah.
All types of material religion.
Yeah.
That I already described. And it propounds, it teaches the highest truth, which is understandable by those devotees who are fully pure in heart.
Yeah.
this is the next point I want to discuss.
Yeah.
We have a great difficulty in finding qualified translators. Why? The same reason why our Bhagavad Gita was translated hundreds of times into English, but never once did anyone become a devotee by reading these other translations. But when Prabhupada translated the Gita, suddenly all around the world, people read the book and became devoted to God. Because Prabhupada is a bhakta, he's a devotee of God. So the translator should be a devotee of the Lord. So, actually, when we see the population of the world, 1/4 of the population are Chinese. And you are taking up the translation of the most important book in the world for 1/4 of the world's population. Very heavy task, heavy responsibility you have. So, in order to help you to fulfill this responsibility, the more you can become a devotee of God, the more highly qualified you will become to translate. Because it is not simply a question of academic ability. Academic ability we have seen. For example, in the United States, there are many professors who have done their thesis on these books, but they themselves don't follow the teachings. They go on smoking, they go on meat eating, they go on chasing after women, but they know Sanskrit, so they write a thesis. This type of writing has no value whatsoever. No value. It is described like taking a jar of honey and licking on the bottle. You know what honey is, very sweet. So the only way to taste it, you have to screw open and taste. But these professors, they're only licking the bottle. They see the honey, but they cannot get the taste. So in order to get the taste of this knowledge, one has to become a devotee. Devotee means that he has to follow certain standards, just like we are all following standards. So my request to you is that as you are living nearby us, that by associating with the devotees, by association, that means by, what is the word for association?
Getting together.
How did you like?
Association means
Coming together.
together.
If you can come together with the others here and try to take up some of our practices, this will give you the inspiration to better translate this book. For example, this is a very important thing, the chanting on the beats. I don't know if you do this yet. Have you ever done it? Chanting on beats.
Not yet.
You know, our philosophy teaches that God and God's name are one and the same. No difference. God is absolute. You and your name are different. I and my name are different. If you go back to your house tonight and I call out your name, you cannot hear me. Because you and your name are different. But God and His name, when you call His name, He immediately hears.
Always the same.
Same. So if you use these beats for chanting the name of God, this will have the effect of purifying your consciousness. It will cleanse and free you from all sinful reactions to so much karma. And this will help you to understand Krishna better.
I chant the name of God, but not use this kind of product.
These beads. Supposing we supply you the beads, do you think that you would like to try chanting?
Sure.
He has One piece from us.
Very good. You have already these beads.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I insert some words.
Yes, please.
When I come here the first time, I like the photo, both you and
Prabhupada.
Prabhupada very much. And then I watch both of you. 你记得吗？我拜了这个Prabhupada以后，在这 watch group I don't know who are you, but just from the photo, I know your the spirit. I mean the style of this spirit, which I want. This is the first one. I want to tell you. Second, when I read this kind of book, many times I can't say each time. Many times I felt Krishna before Krishna just stand before me. Second. Third, I have to both all of them. I like to have the way of life of this kind.
Lifestyle.
Including my whole family. So this is why I asked my wife and my daughter come here today. So no problem. For me, no problem.
I would like to see you begin to chant on the beads every day, a set number of times. You could begin with 2 rounds. 2 rounds means
2 rounds.
the beads, there are 108 beads. On each bead we chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Then we go to the next bead. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And we go to the next bead. In this way we go all the way around. Takes about 10 minutes in the beginning. So that's 1 round. Then from here we go back again. Another 10 minutes, 2 rounds. So in a day, I would like you to do 2 rounds.
No problem. Sure, I will do.
We do, of course, more than that, but to begin with, this is a good beginning. And I feel that this will give you further inspiration for your translation. I want that your translation work is very, very pure and just full of devotion. You can see all of the great persons who were assembled here when the original speaker of the Bhagavatam, Sukadev Goswami, spoke. And they were all great saintly persons, sages. You see, all of these saintly persons, these personalities have all translated the Bhagavatam. First canto. So you are doing a very important thing, and you must make yourself very qualified. And we shall help you as much as we are able to.
Thank you. I will do my best.
After some time, if I see that you are progressing nicely in this chanting and other practices, then I will take you with me to India.
Thank you.
And we will visit India together.
Thank you.
But first you must qualify yourself by coming to the point of more rounds. 2 rounds is beginning. Every month, at least try to increase by 1 or 2 more rounds. Eventually you should chant 16 rounds in a day, which will take approximately 2 hours. At that time we can give you initiation and take you to India. And it will be very glorious. all of the great spiritual personalities from all over the world will be assembling there. And they will be very happy to see you. And I shall try to help you. I have understood also that your daughter.
I understand you each word. Maybe each word. Sometimes because I take meditation each day, every day, sometimes my mind is not absent, but maybe in the state of samadhi. So sometimes I can't catch up the English word, but this time I'm very free and very awakened. So I have catch up your each word very clearly. Okay, thank you.
So please begin the chanting.
And I would like to report to you before I came here this afternoon. I have made the meditation. We chant the name of Lord Krishna, and my feeling, maybe my appearance, say I have deep relation with you.
Yes.
Cultural relation with you.
Must be. There must be.
There must be.
Because you must understand, Prabhupada gave me the order to make certain that the Chinese people become Krishna conscious. And I think that Krishna has arranged for us to meet you.
I believe it. I believe you believe it.
Because the Chinese people cannot become Krishna conscious without this book. This book is so important, isn't it? Most important.
Well, very important. Very important.
So it's very, very important that you become a very standard devotee. Standard means one, yeah.
Theology.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chinese theology. Standard
Yes, standard.
means the very qualified.
That means your activities must be according to this Srimad Bhagavatam. That is what we mean. Because this is the standard. Somebody may have one standard. Somebody else may have another standard. But this is the standard of God. The highest standard. This is the postgraduate course of religious study. Bible is like a introduction. Only introduction. Bible is like pocket dictionary. This is like encyclopedia.
I agree.
Same subject, but this is very expanded. Even the Lotus Sutra of Buddha, you will find the same information is also in here.
Yeah,
But here is
I
more.
have found it. I have found it.
Very good. How do you find the difference? What is the difference between Buddhism and Krishna consciousness?
Yeah.
What is your explanation?
I have just finished the first canon and some other two.
What is the main difference you find?
The main difference is that I have told you before. The main difference is Buddhism depend on self. Depend on self.
Depends on
self.
But this maybe more depend on Krishna.
Now, the relationship. This also teaches to depend on self. But we are only a small self.
Yeah.
Krishna is the supreme self. So if we depend on the supreme self, we get more strength, more understanding.
And another difference is here it depends on love. Love God, love himself.
Yeah.
But Buddhism not love, but give up love.
Yeah.
This is and this is the main difference.
Mm.
And I found the sources of Buddhism come from this.
That's right. That's true. There's a very nice article. Buddha is an incarnation of Krishna.
Yeah.
That's mentioned. Buddha is an incarnation of Krishna. So why did Krishna come as Buddha? Because at that time, say 2,000 years ago, there was too much killing of animals. People were killing animals using the Vedas as the reason to do it. Actually, the Vedas explain that an animal may be killed if you can give the animal a new life, a young body. But they were killing the animals without doing that. They had no such power. So Buddha came to stop animal killing, ahimsa. We have that. What is the word in Chinese? Killing, no more killing. So he is Krishna, coming in a special way to stop animal killing. Buddha and Krishna are the same.
And I found Christianity come from this doctrine too.
That's true.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe 佛教怎么说？那个阿拉佛教
Islam, same. Same. Because God is one. Jesus is the son of Krishna. When you ask a Christian, who is God? They say the Father. But they don't know who is the Father. They have to read Srimad Bhagavatam. When you ask a Muslim, who is God? They say Allah. Allah is a name for Krishna. Krishna, God has many names. Jehovah, Allah, Krishna, Rama. Krishna is the original form of God in the spiritual world. So I'm very glad today we are meeting.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we will be meeting and talking many times in the future.
Thank you.
And as you continue your work on the Bhagavatam, it is important that you also continue your work inside yourself.
Each day I will do it.
Yes. It is not, we do not see you as an employee. Not at all. We want to see you as a devotee.
I often report to Dasyang. I work here not for money.
No.
Yeah,
I know that.
I have the feeling serve for God.
Naturally, as a married man, you have certain responsibilities. So we have to help you in that regard.
And I have the sense of responsibility for the Chinese people.
Yes, and I also do. If I have to pick anywhere in the world, any people that I want to be with, it is the Chinese people. Because that is my Guru's order. And that is his Guru's order also. And that is his order also.
Yeah.
So we all have the same one interest, to help the Chinese people.
Yeah.
And the best help we can give is to stop them from this cycle of birth and death.
Yeah.
That is the best help.
Yeah. Through God, through the words of God.
Yes. Because to open a hospital will only help them in this life. But we want to help them life after life after life. This knowledge can do that.
Yeah.
This is the greatest help you can give to the Chinese people. But in order to help them, we have to help ourselves first. There's a saying, physician. Physician means doctor.
Doctor.
Heal thyself. You understand that? We must make ourselves Krishna conscious. Then we can help others. Teaching is one way. Example is another. So I want that when I introduce you to others as the translator of the Srimad Bhagavatam, that they will see your example, that you are living the Srimad Bhagavatam also. Not just that you can do translation work, but that your life is a perfect model of purity.
Behavior.
Yes. Sadachar. In Sanskrit, that is called sadachar. Sadachar. So, many people will be coming this evening. We do not want to make them wait too long. And I will be coming tonight and speaking. What do you think the subject of tonight's lecture should be? What is your advice for this general audience?
If you come back, it's good. The book come back.
Coming back.
Come back.
Reincarnation. You believe the subject tonight should be
Yeah,
reincarnation.
because in Taiwan, the most people has the tradition of Buddhism. I mean, wake you impression. Man's life will come back. So
They believe that. So we should give that talk. Reincarnation.
And because we have the book of come back, then after your speech, they can go back to read this book.
Yes. We will ask them. We have coming backs. Any left? So anyone who does not have that book tonight, after my lecture, we give them a free copy, so they can read further about it. Very good, that book.
Very popular.
Very popular book.
Each understand, and an important problem to all of them.
You can see that we are giving out so many books for free. That is our real sincerity to help the people.
And I think the way of life, I mean modern way of life, this kind of religion is very suitable to
Chinese people.
To not only Chinese people, maybe the whole universe, human beings.
Very good. Yeah, that is true. Not just the Chinese people. It is suitable for all living entities.
Because Christianity, Catholic, and Buddhism in Taiwan, 我都很熟悉，因为怎么讲？
He said he's familiar with all
Well, I'm very familiar to all of them because I had been the general secretary of the Association of Philosophy. So, from my impression, all of them lived in disturbance. Live a way of life of chaos, not peaceful. And I had been the director of the graduate school of doctor degree of Buddhism in Taiwan.
I see.
So, from my experience, way of life is a very great problem to them because we are man in this world. Because we are living being, we can't escape a way of life. In modern time, what is the best way of life of those who want to to serve themselves?
Yes.
This kind of way is
Very good.
from
My suggestion will be that now I'm asking you to chant 2 rounds today.
yeah.
So, this is July. Okay. If every month you increase by 2 rounds, then you will be chanting 16 rounds by February or March. Correct? So if you do that, then you will be qualified for initiation. Then I will be able to take you to India by next February, March. And we will finish the first canto, and we will publish it.
I take oath, I sure do that.
So, 16 rounds, if you do, by next February, March, every day 16 rounds. Gradually you build up. 2 rounds this month. Then the month of August, 4 rounds. Next month, September, 6 rounds. And by next March, 16 rounds. Then I can take you to India and give you initiation. And you will be very much happy to see such a nice place. I will show you where we will go. It is a holy place called Mayapur. Very beautiful place. And thousands of international...
spiritual community?
Yes, spiritual community. You can see we have long pilgrimages. Very beautiful place. The Ganges River is there. So, I think you are not eating any meat. Are you a vegetarian? What about fish?
Fish?
Are you eating fish?
Sometimes a little, but if I can't stop it. No problem.
Yes, my request is that, say within a few months' time, not immediately. Just like when you're driving the car, if you slam on the brake, that is too severe, too difficult. We want to stop the car gradually, slowly. So slowly, by say end of year, Chinese New Year will come when? What time is Chinese New Year? February. So by Chinese New Year's, you should give up this meat, fish, eggs. You have still another 6-7 months to enjoy. And then finished.
Okay.
Plenty of time still.
What about tea?
Tea we will, don't worry about.
Tea?
Tea is no. Tea, Chinese herbal tea is nothing wrong. Chinese herbal tea is alright. It is,
No problem.
tea is no problem because it's different than this Western tea. But coffee we don't drink. Coffee we don't drink.
Hot pepper? Hot pepper.
Like chili pepper.
No problem. So, gambling, we don't gamble. No mahjong.
No matter.
Gambling. Keep money in bank. Don't spoil it in gambling match. These are the rules. And no illicit sex life. No illicit sex means if one wants to have sex life, it should be only with one's wife and to have children. Now, what is your age?
My age 52. I tell you because naturally I slow meditation. I stop sexual life.
Your wife is agreeable?
Because by meditation, my physical body
Changing.
change.
Right.
So
That's right.
she doesn't mind it.
She's a very
She's
good woman.
Very good. Yeah.
She's a very good
Yeah,
woman.
very good.
So, I hope that these principles will be possible for you by Chinese New Year. 16 rounds per day chanting and following the 4 principles. Then Krishna will give you all strength. Krishna will give you all intelligence to translate the whole Bhagavatam. No problem, no difficulty. And I will take you to India, and you will have you will have a great experience of spiritual upliftment.
Thank you.
And we shall also try to help your family in every regard.
Thank you. I think all of you and Lord Krishna will take of my future process.
Yes.
And I think I will do it. And I believe I can do it well.
I also believe it. Krishna will give you all
Yeah.
help.
Yeah.
So my point to you for today, the main point that I am stressing to you, is that because of the great work that you have to do, it is very important that you make yourself very strong spiritually. That is the whole point I am stressing today. And therefore I am suggesting to begin the chanting on the beads and the following of the principles. Of course, if it is too difficult to you, for you to do, then take more time. But I'm hoping that because you are already meditating, that it will not be too difficult.
No problem to me. Sometimes I think my way of just like a monk.
Yes.
No problem.
In our philosophy, one may live with family and still be like a monk, just as you are doing. We also teach this. Just like they also have family, he also has family. So this is quite all right. It is not that one must give up the family, but one must purify the family, just as you are doing. So I will also give you this magazine as a gift. It has just come out from the publisher. In fact, I think we will get you a subscription to this magazine. That will be helpful for you, so you can keep up with the international activities.
No, I think you will be glad to hear my report. My family very simple. My old son, Tanti, he just graduated from high school.
Uh-huh.
My youngest son, Taekwondo.
Kind of a taekwondo.
Oh, Taekwondo. I know, Taekwondo.
High school now, started at high school, and he is assistant teacher of Taekwondo practice.
I see.
So very formal.
Very formal, yeah.
Very formal. No problem.
Very good.
I mean, to go back to Lord Krishna, no problem.
No problem. Very good. So I think now we will have our program, and I will be coming there in a few minutes. Hare Krishna. Very respectful. Hare Krishna. This tilak is going to dry in a weird way, isn't it? It's going to crack. No. Not this way. Sometimes it dries. Come in. Yes, I'll bring Professor Chang in. Is that his name?
Yeah.
I'll bring him in. No, he's busy, but just get Professor Chang. Nice crowd today.
Nice people. Nice people.
What should be the subject today?
I think it should be a general thing, because there's so many people that first they never come here.
Come in. Hello, Professor Chang. Nice to meet you. Please have a seat.
Thank you to receive me here.
I have been very eager to meet you.
Thank you.
The work which you are taking up, the translation of the Srimad Bhagavatam, is the most important work of all. Our Guru, Prabhupada, his Guru, ordered him to publish books on spiritual life and to distribute them very widely. This was his most important instruction. And of all of the books, the most important book was the Srimad Bhagavatam. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, you may recall in the first chapter that this Bhagavatam... So before I begin, I want to express my appreciation on behalf of Srila Prabhupada and our ISKCON society that a year or two ago things were in a very difficult way here in Amsterdam, and we see now that in such a short time there has been so much improvement. Yesterday so many people came, and I think every Sunday so many people come for the feast, and even this morning so many devotees are here. So I think we owe a great vote of thanks and appreciation to Nanda Kumar Prabhu and his good wife. And to Rati Manjari. And to Mother Saraswati also, who has done so much preaching here. It's a sign of their great faith and devotion in Srila Prabhupada and his followers that they have taken this difficult burden of responsibility. How much we love our spiritual master is shown practically through the service that we render, and the missionary activity of delivering the conditioned souls on behalf of Lord Chaitanya is the real concern of the spiritual master. And when a disciple takes this concern as his or her own concern also, they become very much dear to the spiritual master. And the spiritual master prays to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to bestow his blessings upon such disciples. So I think that Amsterdam is such a good place. Srila Prabhupada came here in 1969, maybe 68 or 69, and he also appreciated how good a preaching field this was. Perhaps you could make more devotees here than almost any other part of Western Europe. And I think that if you really remain very determined and continue as you're doing now, you should emphasize book distribution and Prasadam distribution and Harinam. These three things should just be continuously pushed with great faith and determination. And I think that you will see that this place will become too small, and the next place will become too small, and it should go bigger and bigger and bigger with so many more devotees joining. And we should actually try to save the people of Amsterdam and of Holland, because Amsterdam is a very sinful city. So it's a very proper place for Lord Chaitanya's movement to be established. They need the mercy, and therefore Mahaprabhu will really give them the mercy. So it simply requires that Mahaprabhu's servants be here, and even in the face of so many difficulties, never become discouraged. Prabhupada also faced so many trials and tribulations, but he never became discouraged. He never gave up the mission, the order of his spiritual master. So I hope that more and more devotees now will come forward and join with the devotees who are working sincerely here and make a great army of preachers. Army of preachers, preachers who are very well versed in the philosophy, who can convince people by good argument and reason to take to Krishna consciousness, and by their own example who are very strict devotees. Because if we simply speak nice philosophy, but if we don't show by example, then no one will really become convinced. So try to maintain it very strongly, try to increase. And I'm sure that Prabhupada will bless all of you for this. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Jnanatimiranda Sajananjana Salakaya Chaksula Meditam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manubhistam Stapitam Jena Bhuttale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapandantikam. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 8, Text number 34. Bada Avataranaya Bhuvo Nava Ivo Dado Siddhantya Buddhibharena Jato Hi Atma Bhuvartita Bhadavataranayanhe Bhuvo Nava Ivo Dado Siddhantya Buddhibharena Jato Hi Atma Bhuvartita Bada Avataranaya, just to reduce the burden of the world. Anye, others. Bhuva, of the world. Nava, boat. Eva, like. Udadho, on the sea. Siddhantya, aggrieved. Buddhi, extremely. Bhadena, by the burden. Jataha, you were born. He, certainly. Atmabhuva, by Brahma. Artitaha, being prayed for. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Others say that the world, being overburdened like a boat at sea, is much aggrieved, and that Brahma, who is your son, prayed for you, and so you have appeared to diminish the trouble. Purport. Brahma, or the first living being born just after the creation, is the direct son of Narayan. Narayan, as Garbhodakshayi Vishnu, first of all entered the material universe. Without spiritual contact, matter cannot create. This principle was followed from the very beginning of the creation. The Supreme Spirit entered the universe, and the first living being, Brahma, was born on a lotus flower grown out of the transcendental abdomen of Vishnu. Vishnu is therefore known as Padmanabha. Brahma is known as Atmabhu, because he was begotten directly from the Father, without any contact of Mother Lakshmiji. Lakshmiji was present near Narayan, engaged in the service of the Lord. And still, without contact with Lakshmiji, Narayan begot Brahma. That is the omnipotency of the Lord. One who foolishly considers Narayan like other living beings should take a lesson from this. Narayan is not an ordinary living being. He is the personality of Godhead himself. And he has all the potencies of all the senses in all parts of his transcendental body. An ordinary living being begets a child by sexual intercourse, and he has no other means to beget a child other than the one designed for him. But Narayan, being omnipotent, is not bound to any condition of energy. He is complete and independent to do anything and everything by his various potencies very easily and perfectly. Brahma is therefore directly the son of the Father, and was not put into the womb of a mother. Therefore he is known as Atma Bhu. This Brahma is in charge of further creations in the universe, secondarily reflected by the potency of the Omnipotent. Within the halo of the universe there is a transcendental planet known as Svetadvip, which is the abode of Kshirodakshayi Vishnu, the Paramatma feature of the Supreme Lord. Whenever there is trouble in the universe that cannot be solved by the administrative demigods, they approach Brahmaji for a solution. And if it is not to be solved even by Brahmaji, then Brahmaji consults and prays to the Kshirodakshayi Vishnu for an incarnation and solution to the problems. Such a problem arose when Kamsa and others were ruling over the earth, and earth became too much overburdened by the misdeeds of the Asuras. Brahmaji, along with other demigods, prayed at the shore of the Kshirodaka ocean, and they were advised of the descent of Krishna as the son of Vasudeva and Devaki. So some people say that the Lord appeared because of the prayers of Brahmaji. These are prayers by Queen Kunti that we're reading from. She is the mother of Arjuna and the other Pandavas. And she is a great transcendental lady. She is very dear to Krishna. In the Nectar of Devotion, when describing the devotees who have parental affection for Krishna, heading the list is Queen Yasoda, Krishna's real mother, and his father Nanda Maharaj. And amongst the list of parental devotees, Kunti Devi is mentioned. She is eternally in this mood. It is not a temporary relationship, but she is eternally the aunt of Krishna. And she always has this affection for him. Not only 5,000 years ago, when Krishna